Good afternoon everybody, welcome back, hope you're doing very well, hope you're having a good weekend. I've made it to S2 finally, so I'm now officially a VATSIM tower controller for the first time in about 3.5 or so years. Very exciting. But you join us here on the VATSIM network, flying today in the latest version of the Leonardo software house MADDOG, and it's the 20th anniversary edition package, which gives you the MD82, MD83 and MD88, which is what we're in today, the MD88 variant of the aircraft, with a fresh out of the factory native MSFS 2024 paint scheme, thanks to Zato. So a little change to what we have on the thumbnail, because there we show an Iberia aeroplane. But Osprey Airways is much better, naturally. So, hope you're all doing well. MPS, good to see you, Michael. Welcome. Good afternoon, Ian and Badger. Scott, welcome, mate. Yeah, 3-6 left is the plan for where we are today here at Terminal 3. A couple of changes and stuff, obviously, for that, but it is what it is. Ashley, good afternoon. And other Ian, good evening to you, mate, in Australia. Hope you're doing very well indeed. Thanks, Scott. Oh my god, is that actually your position in the queue, Jay? is that seriously you're 540th in the queue for S1? Jay, good morning, welcome, mate. I'm running a little bit behind because I'm tinkering and I'm getting Codex to help me with something. And I've also been tinkering around with some new wing control hardware, which I had sent to me 2 days ago. Arrived on my birthday, which was very exciting. I'm now 35, ripe. And I've got another desk mounts, I've got the Airbus MCDU now, but I've also got their tiller, their brand new tiller, which is very exciting. But they're effectively, I'm going to be working on some content. I'm going to do some, I think 2 videos I've agreed to do with them. And rather it be the usual, here's some new hardware, here's how to set it up. It's going to have a slightly different focus, and that's something that I've kind of agreed with the Wing Control team. So at some point when I get some time to myself to record that video, I intend to plug away, but I've got to work out how to fit all of these extra new brackets and panels and everything else that's going on with the kit, because there's so much of it now. I'm a little bit behind on the squawk and my little bits of pre-stream prep, because I had to restart the sim before I started today. What are we going to do? 3-6 left, I think, for the departure, and it's the Robledillo 4 November departure today as well, which we will brief for. Which is initial climb to 13,000. No squawk for now. And we'll go for LRC on the old Dubry. Right. Should we take a look at the new MADDOG team? Scott, that's insane. In all seriousness, is it just, are you sticking with that because you want to control in the UK, or are you looking elsewhere? Because VATSIM Sub-Sahara Africa are brilliant, as are some other places. All in complete, lovely. So, this is the new livery, repainted by Zato to be native with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 and the latest native MADDOG update, which launched yesterday by surprise. I think it was yesterday or the day before. It was meant to be a preview video today, but I've just not had a chance to get all of that sorted out. Techie, welcome. Yes, I am. Although I will have just started a new job, so it's a little bit up in the air. But I have paid for the hotel. Yeah, there is a lot of differences in the MADDOG, and for years now it's been available in the simulator. Let's go right to the back. Actually, is the flight deck door open? It is. Yeah, for a long time, the MADDOG has been top of the game, along with a lot of others, for high fidelity system integration and depth, right? Really, really good. But everything else has let it down until now. And as you can see already, we've gone right to the back of the aircraft, and hopefully you can point out some differences in the chat. but a totally new cabin area. It's not right to the back of the aircraft. That's right to the back. Hey, at least you can hear air traffic control today. Right. Yeah, so hopefully you can see some of the differences already. Phenomenal improvements to the cabin already, right? No toilets. We don't need to see the Harry Ploppers in the sim. But little things like decals and stuff like that really, really heavily improved. And it's about time, right? And the cabin environment, you'll notice the seatbelt signs and the no smoking signs are now simulated. And we've got these amazing new seats, which look like they've been completely retextured to much higher fidelity, like kind of levels of quality. But more importantly, some of these windows, right? Not these ones. You'll see the difference in a moment. Some of them are animated. I'm going to try and find some. Here we go. The ones that say McDonnell Douglas on them are now animated, so you can actually move them about, which is really cool. Hey David, thank you mate. It's been a while, hasn't it? There's another one. Fancy exit roller. So already massive, massive differences and improvements from what I remember last time we flew it, and it's great to fly. The system depth and the flight dynamics have always been good with this. But the cabin, the texturing, the sounds, everything have just been rubbish, and they've not really kept up. So it's good to see that that's been kind of tackled with this new update. But it's also now available on Contrail, which is super exciting. And if you have got it on Sim Market and you want to transfer it across to Contrail, this is big, you can do so, and the process is actually pretty much automated. What they've done is provided all of the authorized license numbers to Contrail, and they've added them to a specific database. So when you request a transfer of order from your Sim Market purchase into Contrail, within about 30 seconds, the system goes, oh yeah, that's a real one. That's linked to that person. Tick, tick, tick. Authorized. And you'll have an email saying, come on in and download it via Contrail, which is super exciting. Here's the flight deck. Look at that compared to what we have nowadays with like the A350s and all that sort of stuff. It's so different, isn't it? So cool. We've got the heads-up display mounted today as well, so we can bang our head getting in and out of the seat. Woohoo. Let's shut the door. I think, is it that one there? Look at all the texture improvements. Look at this seat. It's amazing. Really good. Canadian FlyTheMaddogX, welcome. Good morning, mate. Hope you're doing very well. Zato, good to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend, Jake. Yeah, they've now given us a flight deck worthy of MSFS and its graphical quality. Whereas before, all of this was like super blurry and like really low resolution. Look at all of this. It's crisp, but it's worn as well. It's old and worn out and tired. They've done a great job, and I'm looking forward to kind of getting back in it and getting it up in the air. Our flight today, team, is off to the new Stavanger, or Stavanger? I have no idea how to properly pronounce that. Basically, it's a new scenery that's going to be released on, I think, Wednesday by IronSim, and it's going to release initially exclusively via Orbex. So that's very exciting. We'll be checking that out on arrival. What do you guys think of this so far? Let's go back into here. Got a load of custom views set up for today. Right, we are a little bit behind, so let's get our head down. And get prepped. Right. So, Madrid to Zola. And we've got our route loaded in already. Next page. We're routing today up towards the UK, so we're going to fly over pretty much Gatwick and Heathrow, and then tickle out over the North Sea across into Norway. So it's a nice scenic route today. Okay, so let's start looking at our performance data and things. So that's already loaded in. Sim brief. Let's pull this up real quick. We'll go through the charts in a second, which is why I've got them on the screen still. So fly level 320 for cruise. Fuel 16.1. Our gross weight. So what's our fuel reserves? Let's have a quick look here. Fuel FinRes plus alternate 3. Cost index of 35. Just LRC cruise profile, but we'll leave it as 35. Cruise winds are going to be 317 at 47. I loaded in yesterday into solar to get the screenshot for today's live stream, and the weather was atrocious. +8 for the ISA. Wow. Okay, then zero fuel weight and gross weight, so 49,295. 49 to 49.3. No, wrong one. Zero fuel weight. 49.3. Interesting. Let's try 50. Okay. Well, that'll do. 66.1. That's as good as we're going to get. Okay, right, so that's all good.
Yeah, flight deck. Go ahead.
Oh, that's new.
Sure.
It sounded like they've simulated a bit of like cabin stuff as well. I didn't expect that. I haven't read the changelog yet, so be interested to see what happens. Right, departures. So heading out on 36 left, heading northbound. We're going to select that runway first. 36 left on the Rubadillo. 4 November departure. Happy days. We'll execute that. The weather at Solo looks actually quite nice today, although very low pressure, a 997 for the QNH. What have we got? VOR DME 28 or RNAV 28? We will have a look when we get airborne actually to see what the situation is with that, just so I don't overcommit to one runway over the other. So that's looking pretty good. Our departure's done. We need to do our performance calculations now. So we've already done all that and loaded that. We're going to go to the performance page, autofill. You'll notice some of these new sections, little new buttons, which is really helpful. Conditions are dry. 36 left, flap optimum, QNH 1020. Is it? 1019. Anti-ice off, packs on. Just going to check the outside air temperature as well. 26 degrees. Got to make sure these things are correct. Takeoff weight 66, yep, fair enough. Full length, calculate, see what it gives us. Flaps 2.5, cell temp of 44. So flex 44. What's that? 151, 156. And then 165 for V2. That's fast. It's going to be sporty. So dialer flaps only to 2. I think that's the lowest ever setting. 2.5. The lowest ever setting for a flap I've ever had on the MD-80s full stop, I think. Might be wrong, but cool. Also, because I'm not massively familiar with the jet, because it's been a very long time since we flew it, I am making sure that I've basically got this sorted out with some checklists next to me as well. My checklists that I made a long time ago, we'll make use of those today. Also, some different things here. If you go to setup now, some of the previous sort of tabs and things that you would have in the MADDOG load manager program that sits outside of the sim, you can now fiddle around and do them in here, which is really cool. Auto arm altitude is a good one if you're new to the jets, because you can click that and it will auto arm itself. Otherwise it behaves like real life, where it's mega quirky, and every time you change the heading you've got to rearm it, otherwise it will just climb through it and ignore. And then aging and failures. So they have a real world simulation of failures there, look, sitting in the background ready to sting us when we're not paying attention. Alright, I think we are pretty much good. So we're going to go flight directors on, and then we're going to refer to my little checklist.
Your route 134 departing out of runway 36 left, climbing flight 02.
Oh, I've got to make sure New Sky has been started as well. Oh, it's not. Bugger. It's not registered. The new version. They've changed the sim name, which means that I can't track it on New Sky. Where's Robson? I wonder if he can help me very last minute. Right, I have a sneaky suspicion. Let me just get off Wi-Fi. That VATSIM, so that YouTube's browser has stopped feeding me the live chat. Yes, they have. Brilliant. I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe I need to change off Chrome. Quickly catch up with the live chat. Squay says such a cool aeroplane. It's interesting. It's a small world, isn't it? Techie and Scott were both stationed at pretty much the same place for a while in the RAF. Mad Ben, welcome. Trying to join the departure, but looks like I'm going to have to restart my sim. Mate, no worries at all. Take your time. There's quite a few of us flying along, so give it a go. Currently landing runway 18 in real life into solar. Thanks, Ashley. That's mega helpful. We shall change that. That's an 11 knot crosswind. That'll be fun. We'll have to change our arrival procedure as well if that's the case, but that's fine. Unboo 2 Sierra. Unbud 2 Sierra. 18. Make a quick note of that. Unbud 2 Sierra. 18. It's probably going to be an ILS then. ILS Zulu. Via Gogut. Beautiful views, no doubt, when we arrive as well, which is all the more exciting. Checklists. External power's already on, POS lights are on, we've already aligned the IRS, emergency lighting is armed, no smoking signs are on, seatbelt signs can come on, and again now, as we said earlier, they are now simulated in the cabin, which is cool. Windshield anti-ice needs to come on. Where's that? I forget, this is a real quirky jet. Anti-fog and anti-ice. Windshield. Engine sync selector is already off. I'm trying to remember where it is. I saw it earlier. I feel like it's up here. Got to turn the pumps on. Aft pumps on auto. Galley power can come on, why not? ACAS messages will reset, that's all good. Anti-skid's already armed. Fuel dampers on. Altimeter set. FMC and MCDU are set, except for the V-speeds 165, 175. Make sure we've got that set ready to go. Fuel pump on. APU master start. Like, none of this is in a logical place, really, is it? It's just mega cool, though. Might have to scrap the booking on New Sky because I'm going to get cancellation trigger otherwise. And then we're going to get fined heavily. We can't have that, can we? Let's get rid of the music for now. Hey, living on play, welcome, mate. Yeah, I'm using my mobile phone for live chat now because it's basically balked the entire thing on the browser. I'll close that door as well. Which is in aircraft services. Gareth, welcome. Oh, I know why. That has to have the hydraulic transfer box stuff on, doesn't it? So, APU power light is on. Let's focus on this. APU bus. APU's on norm. Bleed air on. Galley's on. Yaw damper's on. Yeah, already done that. Fuel shut-off levers are in the off position. Checked. Oh, actually, yes, I did do that. Thank you for giving me those keybinds, mate. Really appreciate that. EFB can go on to flight mode. Which is up here. It's, yeah, there we go. Tick. We'll leave that open for now. Seatbelt signs are on EFB. Pneumatic pressures are checked. We're going to go to external power off and disconnect. So you're all over the place in this jet usually, as you can tell. There's no like good flow. Flight directors are on. Radio frequencies are set. Pneumatic crossfeed valves open. Right, now we'll be able to close the stairs in a second. We're going to turn the transfer and auxiliary hydraulic pumps on. Now we can close it. Okay, right. Let's get GS6 fired up. Jukebox, welcome. Pushback and departure. Oh, that's a new feature. No, we won't though. Do not run the MADDOG manager whilst the sim is active. It freezes the cockpit. That's the first I've heard. I'm using the MD88. So, as in the actual... The MD client I've got active in the background. But that's typically always active, no? As in, don't make any changes by clicking apply. Okay, got you. Oh, I wouldn't do that in flight anyway, to be honest. It's good to know, though. Thank you for pointing that out. Folks, beware. I'm going to give New Sky one more go, and he's still not activated that. That's really sad. So I'm going to have to remove that flight. That's really disappointing. So we are not tracking it today now, unfortunately. Nose right, tail left, left. I think that's right. We'll find out. That's all good, that's all set, that's all on, that's all good, that's set. Let's see, ready to check, that's all good. Just doing one final check before we start moving, because it's really important we get this right. Okay, anti-collision lights on. Parking brakes off. We need the audio pack updating, yeah, that's it. Right, engine start. Although I forgot to mention on on VATSIM. Let's do a quick comms. Madrid traffic Osprey 165, stand Tango 15, MADDOG MD88, push start facing north. Running default MAD. I think so. I haven't. Yeah. I'll have to double check. I'm not sure if I've got the immersive audio sounds installed still. Parking brakes set. Right, clear both sides, anti-collision lights are already on, fuel pumps confirmed all on, engine ignition mode, system A for today's sector. APU norm and econ switch is set to norm. And air conditioning supply is off. And then we're going to go left engine, start. Going to keep an eye on the fuel control panel. Fuel flow's going up. N2's rising. And then I've got a keybind set, thanks Ashley, to the
Electric traffic Osprey 2472, push it back from stand Tango to
wind control
0
hardware.
and we're facing to the northeast.
So that's fuel control lever to run.
For the traffic has got 2255, push back from stand Tango 11 and we'll be facing north to traffic.
Ground pin there, thanks. Give her a quick wave.
40%.
Have I got like a second pilot loaded in next to Dave? It's either that or he's turned female since our last flight. External power access door, that will close, hopefully. Engine 2. And it's going to be quiet in the front. Hey Andrew, welcome. Immersive Audio MD80 pack is not compatible with the 2024 version at the moment. Well, I hope I haven't got it installed then. I suppose if I go to external mode, I will find out. The thing is, all this stuff gets updated. I don't know what these announcements are saying. I get the 40% one.
40%.
Okay, it sounds like it's got the included standard sounds. Oh, good, Zato, that's good to know. The mild panic then. Gareth, yes. What was it? It was set mixture 1 rich. Is that condition lever on? Set mixture 1 lean is off, and then the same for 2. So that's set. We're going to have legs on FMS 2. Tilts on 0, ready for the weather radar. That's all good. Right, engine starts complete. So, ignition selector can come off. Keto static heats on, Captain. Hydraulics checked and set. Let's pop the bleed power on as well, so we get some air conditioning. Put the old start pump off. Engine 1 and 2 bus are on already. Wing and anti-ice as required. We don't need that. Right, what do we got for trim? Let's move that. Stabilizer motion. Make sure that sets. And what is our centre of gravity actually? I'm just going to make sure this matches. Takeoff weight, centre of gravity 15. Good, right. So I've just changed the flap setting, and we've got to make sure that that white bar line matches the green bar line as well. Good. Right, flaps, dial a flap. Let's get it in the range. Right, well, it's gone to 11. That's 2.5, good, right. To make sure that's set correctly, otherwise we were going to have a problem. Auto brake. Actually, that's a speed brake, we'll do that in a second. Auto brakes armed. Trim, flap, flight controls, left, right, all the way back, all the way forwards, rudders, FCP set for departure. We're going to have nav,
Madrid traffic,
VNav.
320 Hotel, X10 Tango 13 after the Osprey 737 passes from left to right, pushing right, facing north.
Apparently that's now added on New Sky. Just deleted me thing. Is it going to let me track? Stand by. Let me just see if I can whizzle this in quick. 165 L Ali D ENSV Oh no, it's ZV, isn't it? ENZV. I'm just going to test this out on New Sky real quick to see if this is added. That means I need the other routes generated. I'm burning fuel now. Then we'll do our after start checks properly. Just finish those off once we get in there. But 2 Sierra, Rubadillo, that's all good. Analyze route, find stid star. Yeah, lovely job. And then we want additional fuel planning. That fleet of Osprey ahead of us. Okay, right, let's see if this is going to let me load it up. Yes, we are in and tracking. It's going to be slightly inaccurate because our weights are totally different. What's our weight and balance? 67.6. Yeah, it's loaded an extra 5,000 kilos of people and fuel, but hey ho. Thanks, Robson, if you're watching. That was super quick. I didn't expect it actually that fast, which is why I basically got rid of my booking. Air conditioning supply is automatic, fuel heat's not required, flight control's already done that, FCP, engine instruments, text, and taxi. Okay, so that's a different keybind to what my wind control hardware wants. Right, let's concentrate on the comms now, because this is a bit of a maze, this. We'll track ownership on New Sky real fast so I can find where we are. Gate 2. Madrid traffic. Osprey 165's taxiing out gate 2, left Mike, and then routing Mike and Alpha Romeo 1 to runway 36 left. He says in a frantic pace.
Madrid traffic at 205, taxiing from Stan. 11, left Mike, Mike Alpha to Romeo 136 left.
Oh yes, got to do art switch off, and that way we're going to get takeoff flex mode. APU, come off. Master caution for the art on up, that's fine. Nice, had a good morning to you, mate. I'm good, thank you. Hope you're doing well. iShid says, have you checked the windshield wipers? Update says they are working with the MSFS 2024 windshield wiper logic. They've got droplets, but the wipers don't remove them.
Calling short 02 for runway 36 left. Traffic.
I haven't tried them, mate, to be honest. Not yet, anyway. This is a proper first look, but we will keep an eye out for today, just in case we get a little bit of rain. Look at that, it's such a wicked looking jet. Is this still Mike? It is. Good. Oh, even the texturing here, look, is not like super pixely. It is a little bit low res in some areas, but nowhere near as bad as it used to be. Now it's actually pretty nice as an overall package.
Madrid traffic, Europa 3 Yankee Oscar, 1 Fleet Osprey, 777 passes from my left to right, pushing back, facing north. Madrid.
Yeah. Can you hear the ATC team? And how's the volume? I can't believe last week. 2.5 hours before someone told me. And I had no idea, I was so unwell. And it was all from a Windows update. There's definitely some improved sounds in the back. I'm trying to remember the flow for this. Right, taxis, APUS switch is off, TRPA up, so, right, actually, yeah, I left that on, didn't I? Auto spoiler is armed, I've done that manually. Hello, rudder stab, 00 checked. Pneumatic crossfeed valves left and right closed. And let's get the landing lights extended on the wings. It's always a cool animation to see. There they come, wingtips for the landing lights. Such a long taxi here. Got to make sure I don't make the wrong turn as well. So relying on the paint.
Madrid traffic, Iberia 139er, landing Alpha, taking off runway 36 left.
Yeah, but do Romeo 1 because it's just easier. So heading mode is already set, but we're in nav. I need to change to takeoff profile mode. No, I didn't. I did email them, unfortunately, and I thought by the sounds of the comms they were going to involve me in the A220, and then I'd heard nothing.
Traffic, Portugal 1013,
which is a bit of a shame. Because we would have been in that today if I had the opportunity to preview it. Yeah, I mean, I could, funds permitting, I could purchase it Was it 50 quid? I'll have to see. So Indy's got a spay this week, so effectively any birthday funds are going on that. And some blood tests as well for allergies, I think. So that's like £1,300 for two measly
Madrid
things.
Traffic, Europa 3 Yankee Oscar, taxiing holding point 36 left via
Right,
Mike
Romeo 1.
Zulu 4.
And we're holding at Zulu 4. Madrid traffic, Osprey 165's holding short 36 left at Zulu 4 ready.
Madrid Air Portugal 1013, taking off for 36 left, Charlie Sierra 4 November departure.
Madrid traffic, Osprey 165 after the departing Portugal, we'll be lining up 36 left, line up and wait behind. Alrighty. Strobes. Off he goes. Where's me transponder? TARA. Where's me checklists? I'm going to press the takeoff button. So we've got takeoff mode selected. V-speed set, FTP, nav data, radios checked and set, engine ignition set both. Click, click. That's all good. Strobes are on both, APU and APUA are both off. Landing lights will turn on now, because I'll forget them otherwise. Transponders on, TARA, and we are lined up 36 left. It's all set and confirmed. So the next set is after takeoff checks. I'm going to pop weather radar on as well, I think. Pop those on, hold it on the brakes. Trying to see where this Portugal's going. Lisbon, so you should be turning left. Cool, let's send it. Madrid traffic, Osprey 165 is taking off 36 left, Robadillo for November departure. Madrid. I think we're set. Engines are stable. Water throttle engaged. Let's go. Check. Yeah, there is a quiet flight deck though, Andrew. Lots of stuttering on the outside today.
80 knots.
Check. Use a lot of runway today. Here we go. V1 rotates.
Hold short runway.
V2.
236 left.
She's up.
Positive climb.
You're up.
Traffic, Osprey tonight, taxi runway. Left, we holding point Zulu 4, we are Golf 3, Mike Zulu 3, Romeo 2, Romeo 1, Osprey tonight.
Autopilot on. Turning. Through 180. We're going to go climb mode for climb thrust. We'll leave those landing lights on and extended Doge. The nose lights can come off.
Osprey Fahrenheit, Madrid traffic correction.
Auto brakes off.
Runway, please.
Okay, so what do we got? Gears up, lights out, autopilot engaged. Autopilot A. VNAV speed.
Madrid traffic, Osprey 2.72, lining up runway 3.
Rodisky, hello mate. Yeah, oh, the Fokker 100s are brilliant.
Madrid traffic.
Just keeping an eye on these. Where's my little range ring?
Osprey 320 Hotel, lining up runway, staying, holding
We're up.
runway 36 left at Romeo 1.
Amateur traffic, Osprey 165's airborne through 6000, Robert 5 November. They're starting to accelerate now. Oh, it's auto hid the card that was down here for takeoff. Interestingly. Oh, it's back. Slat retraction at 200. Flat retraction at 1. But I can't do both. Okay, so that's flap 0 and then I have to move it physically. Like that.
Slat retracted.
Check. Interesting new sounds. And then we're going to go, I forgot to arm 130. Literally as I said it as well. We're going to go up to 3...
Traffic Ascot, 205, about passing 4
What was it, 320? I think it was 320. I'll check in the climb box in a second. Let's get that set and armed. Climb 320, good. It's one of those, like, in fact I've got to turn the landing lights off and retract those. Then we can pop the seatbelt signs off. Which are there. And then we're through 10,000 nearly. So ignition selector's off. Auto brakes off. Auxiliary and transfer pumps off. I'm going to change the bank angle limiter to 15.
Heavy rolling runway 36 left, expecting the
Just that click.
4 November departure.
I don't want heading hold, I want nav track. Off, off, off and retracted. And then we want standard pressure through 13. I love that noise. We're going to have to manually swizzle that. And same with the standby instrument. So climb cross thrust is set. Is that a... yeah. Oh, that one's got the sign on it, but no animation. Interesting. What hardware are we utilising to fly the Mad Dog today? I've got the wind control, Ursa Minor Airline flight stick on the left. I've got their wind control throttle metal and the pack as well, which has got all the flap lever, parking brake, that sort of thing, and then I've got the AGP for the landing gear lever, but that's it. I've got a load of other stuff connected, but none of it works with it, unfortunately. Paradisky, why do you use Elevatex over Volanta? I find that it's much better on performance for the PC, so I get better performance than I can do it. I can put it into the simulator, and I prefer the design of it. To be honest with you, I think it's much nicer generally, and you get a little bit more for free. When you say it's not as busy as Volanta, I don't really ever notice it, to be honest, because all I ever do is I have the VATSIM tracking on, which is what we got here. I haven't really got anything else, to be honest. Select an aircraft. That'll do. Pick that one. Yeah, so through standard 130, and we've pre-armed 320 just to double check that that is all set and checked. It's a very relaxed flight deck environment. For a flight deck that is as busy as it is, it's very relaxed. I think, is that the heads-up display there? Yes. So a bit of a different heads-up display to what I remember it being. But that's because we've got these different modes set. It's going to have IMC and VMC. There's a couple of different options there. Which I've got Elevatex on the screen. Of course I have. There we go. So that's the heads-up display. We zoom on out, change them across. No differences there as such. There was like a toga mode that it had itself set on. Licky says, hello, I've got this high printer sound going off all the time when I'm up at cruise. It's not the standby instrument but something else. Anything might have, well, anyone have an idea if it's possible to turn it down? No, unfortunately it is a quirk of the aeroplane. Oh, I broke the heads-up display. Now shown in op. Let's fold it away. There we go. Wonder why that's gone in up all of a sudden. We'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, you can hear it in the background in the jet. While I've been chatting, you can hear it go. It does sound like a printer. I'm not entirely sure what it is. It's something in the background of all of these screens, from what I understand. But there it is again. Got to put art back on auto. I keep forgetting that whenever I turn it off for a toga departure. Yeah, it's just generally like, it's all of this stuff, like these lots of hydraulics and electrified stuff. Oh, that's the other thing we have to do in this. We've got to set dial a flap back to 15 in flight. There you go, Zato. Thank you, mate. The sounds that you hear, that printer sound, is actually the auto throttle actuators, if I remember correctly, Zato says. Do a little fly past, which is this one. Oh, it's very, it doesn't like external camera, does it? Don't think we're going to get many screenshots today. Interestingly, when I pop the chat out of Chrome, out of the YouTube studio, it works properly. When I put it into the studio, all on one screen, it doesn't work. .21. So when we get to cruise, we're going to have to select the cruise profile mode there for the throttle. And we've got to be a little bit bowing. We've got to make sure that our heading is in line with our direction of travel. Yeah, I kind of wish that maybe there's an option in the settings, but I don't want to go onto the load manager just in case we break it. But it'd be nice to see if there's an option of a male voice. It's a bit weird having like a female saying "thrust set" when Dave's sitting next to us here. It's a bit confusing. There's nothing in here, I don't think. So a quick look through. No. Monitoring our flight time though, look, 40 minutes, engines on. There's that printer again. Let's hide the tablet because it just gets in the way. Get these awesome window views. That's the point actually. Quick check of all of this. Engine sync still off, that's good. That is on auto. We get on the ground at Solar, do remind me to test the wipers. So if it's not raining when we arrive, I will change the weather preset to create rain. And we'll have a look. Not envisaging using that. Why is emergency power in use? I think I've just clicked that on, didn't I, a minute ago by accident. Anyway, that's off now, thank goodness. That's all we need. It's in the settings app, Dave. Thank you, matey. Which I've been warned not to faff with while we're in flight. Again, if you're just joining us, welcome. Hit like, hit subscribe. If you've not done so already, it's a big update to the MADDOG, bringing with it much improved cabin textures, sort of like cabin simulation if you like. Seatbelt signs, all that sort of stuff works. We've got these new movable kind of windows, but if you can hear in the background, cabin ambience. You can hear a little bit of chit chat, some clicking. Let's go up front. Yeah, that little bits of hustle going on with the galley. Simbear, hello, welcome. Oh, amazing. Thank you very much. That's very generous of you. Yeah, hopefully you can hear the ambient noise in the background. Just kind of might be a bit quiet via YouTube. But that's definitely new. I've not remembered hearing that before either. I'm trying to find a changelog. I I shall find it here. Right, so amongst the highlights that we've had a look at so far today for this native MSFS 2024 MADDOG update, they've got full native Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 aircraft implementation with support for the new simulator technologies. They've got native windshield wipers for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Numerous improvements to the external model, animations and levels of detail. They've enhanced the autopilot, VNAV and FMS logic. They've made weather radar improvements specific to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. They've got new male and female voice sets. We've got the female voice set enabled at the moment. Enhanced DFB with instant load and automatic night mode. Multiple system fixes and refinements throughout the aircraft, and they've updated the documentation and made some manager improvements as well. It is worth noting, by the way, that if you have any previously installed liveries, none of them work, so the installer should automatically remove them for you and reset all your settings, but just double check you haven't got any old liveries hanging around just in case. And if you've got it on Sim Market, you can head over to Contrail, Contrail transfer, order transfer. Just trying to find. Here we go. I'm going to put the link in the live chat for you. So effectively, if you've got it on Sim Market, you will be able to go through this order transfer system and move your order out of Sim Market into Contrail, which is just loads better. Sounds like we might be near cruise, so I'm just going to have to jump in the flight deck in a second once I've got this link sorted out. What it needs is, yeah, 32, beautiful. We're going to go to cruise profile mode, changes the EPA limit. You fill out that form on Contrail, it'll ask for what you want to transfer across. You'd sit Leonardo MADDOG, purchased via Sim Market, log into your Sim Market account to get your license number for the product, for the 20th anniversary edition one, and then you can fill that across, click it, and it's instant. Yeah, that was happening just then, Licky, because the throttles were sorting themselves out in cruise, so that was changing the EPA. We're leveling off a cruise with slightly lower power setting, so that's the actuators there moving around, sorting that out for us. Let's see how much it stutters outside. It's such a great aircraft anyway. It's really good to see that they've kept up the support and they've brought that native MSFS 2024 upgrade in. And the Osprey paint scheme, the pack was repainted by Zato overnight, so super fast turnaround to get it updated for the native branch, but effectively it means that you can go to flightsim.to, update all of your liveries for Osprey Airways, the MADDOGs. Make sure you remove the old ones first and then carry on flying again. Look, Ali, yes, they all disappear because they've all broken. You have to then go back into the livery manager and you have to reinstall the new ones because they've made some massive art, texturing and external modelling updates as well as stuff on the inside of the airplane, and it means that all of the previous liveries that you had installed don't work anymore. So when you update, it automatically removes a lot of pre-installed liveries, unless they're third-party click-drag type liveries. It doesn't tend to touch those. I mean, it's so much improvement, isn't there? Like, bit of the textures and things at the back, even the circuit breaker panel, they're not clickable, but they don't need to be. But they've made some huge improvements to all of that, because it was just very polygon, pixely, low-res heavy beforehand, and now we've got this really amazing kind of flight deck environment look that's pretty darn cool. What is that? There's a click button there as well. Ooh. Oh. Is that like an air vent? That's cool. Map light works. Oh, that's Dave. Dave's face. You know what, the one thing I've never ever been able to find in this is the standby compass. I have absolutely no idea where it is, because I think it's meant to be like up here somewhere, really random, isn't it, on the MADDOG? And then there's a mirror that kind of highlights. Ooh. That's cool. I don't remember seeing that in the last version. Let's see, we go up a little bit. Yeah, it's up here somewhere, isn't it? I've never been able to find it. It's meant to be near the flight deck door, as you say. Then you look at it via a mirror. Oops. And that's one of the super quirky things with the MADDOG. MPS is airborne. Good effort, mate. It's going to annoy me that I'm not going to be able to find it today. I've never been able to find it. It should be here somewhere. That's such a quirky noise, isn't it? It's like really 80s retro. But this is what makes these jets particularly cool, because they are super retro, full of character, full of quirks. Right, let's see who we've got flying along. Zato's up in the Osprey Airways Holidays livery A320. Nice, snazzy. That's a new one. Aegean 3 Yankee Oscar, it's Ian, flying along. By the looks of it, the iFlyMax 8, epic aeroplane, really great. Yeah, Michael's airborne, Osprey 5908 in the A321. There's my screenshot there. So we nearly over Bilbao already. Wow. Yeah, there's us. So we got moi. We got Scott behind in Ascot 2205. Ian, hot on his heels behind in the 777-300 ER. Great choice of aircraft. Zato. Ian, yeah, in the iPlan Max 8. And then Michael in the A321. I think that is our pack for the day, unless anyone is joining late. If anyone does want to fly along, by the way, and they're a bit behind schedule or something like that, then you can pick a location that's en route if you wish to then kind of join the pack as we fly along. So like Bordeaux, for example, could even do a Gatwick, because we're pretty much flying over Gatwick, look here on ElevateX, and pretty much transitioning directly over Heathrow as well. And then up over through Norfolk, over the coast into Stavanger, Zola Airport. Zart says we've also got the Osprey Airways Holidays A321 in progress as well. Same sharkless with CFM and IEAs as an engine choice. Fantastic. It's lived up there. Could say the same about me from the 80s, full of quirks. I think anyone who likes flight sim is full of quirks, mate. You're not on your own with that, that's for sure. It's cooler than train sim though. What? We have got a total number of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 flying in to Zola. To answer your question. Paces sounds are a bit weak, are they? I don't think so, to be honest with you. They're not the strongest part of the jet, but they're certainly acceptable. And don't forget, the front of the aircraft is going to be super silent because the MD-80A has got those 2 hair dryers bolted on the back by the tail, and you're not really going to hear very much from the flight deck in real life. So this quiet environment is about right. You just hear the air conditioning more than anything else. There's Bilbao below. Simbear, fantastic, thank you very much, that's very exciting. Look at that below there, that looks fantastic, doesn't it? Grab that screenshot, that looks true to life. Yeah, you'd hear the environmental sounds. That's where, when I say it's a bit more, it's still not the strongest part of the package. There are still some improvements to be made. But they're not totally terrible. Ben, hello mate. Oh, are we doing the return? No, no I'm not. I mean, in fairness, the only thing they really need to update next is the sounds. So, there is that. It's a hell of a lot more than FSS have done with the E-Jets for 3.5 years. They've exhausted my kind of like goodwill, I suppose, almost. Taking 3 years to keep something in early access is really not acceptable, especially when it's now, for me, rendered completely unusable. Yeah, Boris or Echo 19 Pates would be a good option as well. What's this little waypoint we're about to pass? Bisca. So we've got fuel 13,250. Amazing. We're 200 kilos above our fuel estimate. Happy days. Yeah, system depth has always, this has always been like a real powerhouse of a jet for system depth and integration realism, but yeah, the textures have always really let it down. And given the fact that historically this has for a while been nearly the most expensive aircraft in the sim, full stop, for quite some time, it's good to see now that actually it's at an acceptable standard with the textures, modelling and everything, as well as the system depth now. And I've just looked on Contrail and it's only 61 quid, which is a hell of a lot cheaper. And if you own the older MADDOG you can upgrade for only £21.75 GBP excluding VAT. The dedicated discount code there as well. The links are in the description, by the way, if you do want to check out the MADDOG via Contrail. Loads of liveries, including some beautiful classic Delta and American Airlines liveries that come included. Iberia, Edelweiss's livery looks superb on this as well. And then they've got like the European Air Charter and a few other things. Some of the liveries have got like a blue flight deck, or like bluey green. So a lot of variety in these, and you get the MD-82, MD-83 and MD-88 now in one package, whereas a couple of years ago you had to buy the MD-82, then buy the 83-88 expansion pack, but they've got rid of that now, which is really good. Relating to IronSim's Solar, Stavanger Airport, that is going to be releasing fairly imminently. The developer says he's yet to get a release date from Orbex, and he will let people know in due course. But the price is $16 US, so about £12 sterling approximately, which is really good for pricing. Lower than I thought it would have been actually. So we'll see what happens. Michael, yeah, so runway 28 and 36 are in use on Navigraph, but in real life, when Ashley had a little look earlier, they're using runway 18, ZV. We'll go with whatever the approach controller sets up on an ATIS, but what they're using at the moment. Freebird Airlines, interesting. I mean, there's literally nothing inbound. Thing is, the Navigraph chart selection. Where we go? I'll just have a quick look here. Yeah, you'll see here where it says not used. Interestingly enough, it's because it's feeding it out as say intentions, but I've never selected that. But we've got no other ATIS available, so it's grabbing that and going, well, that's what I've got. But that's where a lot of these AI generated ATC things get it really wrong all the time. They'll just pick one based on a specific logic without really bearing in mind true operating kind of rules and things on the airport itself. Preferential runway systems and all that sort of stuff. It doesn't really seem to get a grip of that properly. So whilst 18 is what we've selected with a 9-knot crosswind, look, Navigraph incorrectly says they're doing arrivals on 2836. It might be that 36 is the one that's in use instead of 18, but it's much of a muchness. I've got runway 18 prepped just in case, but we'll wait till the ATIS gets generated and we'll find out. There we go, yeah, taxi. Always wait procedures. Selim, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing. Hope you're having a good weekend. Ian says he's been doing an Osprey tour last week around the Greek islands. It's fun, been stormy down there as well. Got 5 more islands to hop around next week. Nice. Runway 18 approved for Cat 2 ops. So that says to me there, that's the preferential runway out of all of the options available here at Stavanger. Simbear says the east and west runway is the helicopter runway mainly. Yeah, we've got like 200-300 meters more on 1836. Beautiful approach though, by the looks of it, to look forward to. So I'll just zoom on out here. Over the UK, it's our routing. So that's what we're planning for. Look, Umbud to Sierra depart arrival, which takes us up towards Haugesund. Routing around over into the fjords a little bit. Little step on in to Stavanger there. Coming in with if it's runway 18 coming in over this little bit of terrain here, a bit of water, which looks really nice. Otherwise we've got the hills and a bit of the town. No chance are available, that's fine. There is, I think, is it 1B actual? I can't remember if it is him. There is some freeware available for Solar, Stavanger, at Arrival Airport for today. And it's pretty good as well. So you've got to have a little look at that first before you work out if you want to pay money to buy the IronSim payware Solar Airport. Because yeah, 1B actual makes some really cool airport sceneries. So do bear that in mind. Always have a little look about first. See if you can save yourself some cash. And I've not actually had a look at this new airport scenery, so we're flying in fresh. I loaded in at the threshold, I think of 3.6 the other day, or 1.8, took a screenshot, and then closed the sim and went off to a barbecue. So we're going to arrive today together for the very first time. We're going to all explore it. There's your printer again going off in the background. Clicky. Proper old school. Let's bring this back up again. That shows it operational again. There you go, it's had a bit of time to warm itself up, look. It's very rudimentary, very crude system, isn't it? FMA -20. So where do we want the FMA to go? Well, basically we can, if you have a little look there, see it on the lines, we can move it around to decide where to place it. So it could be we have the FMA at the top. Or we could have it at the bottom. Probably down here, -40 is quite a good place to have it, look, just below the horizon line. Dave, is the VNAV fixed? Which phase? Which bit particularly, mate? If it's anything to do with descent, I have no idea yet. This is a first flight in the new update. Departure felt very good though. Very, very good. I've put in with VATSIM Sub-Saharan Africa a update, a request to do cross Africa as well. So hopefully, I basically said I can do certain things, but ideally, preferably, I'll do Cape Town, Johannesburg, Mauritius, or Nairobi. But we'll see what happens. Next, in fact it is next week, isn't it? Crikey. It's Midsummer Madness again. VATSIM UK, they're doing that big old Birmingham event which we've taken part in for quite a few years now in a row. And Osprey Airways naturally is kind of like a big sponsor of it, I suppose you could probably say. So we need to work out what to do routing wise, but there are a lot of prizes up for grabs. I'm trying to find the screenshots of it actually. Maybe it's in the VATSIM UK Discord server now, because I know they've moved away from the forums. VATSIM UK, here we go. There we go, yeah, VATSIM UK's longest running event, and it was an event that was first held in 2006. An annual event based out of Birmingham Airport, Echo Golf Bravo Bravo, for those of you who want the ICAO code. And it's going to be held on the Saturday 1st of August and Sunday the 2nd of August. It'll be the 20th edition of its annual Midsummer Madness event, which is very cool. Fully staffed from delivery through to approach, from 9 Zulu to 17 Zulu on the 1st of August, and then on the Sunday, 2nd of August, between 9Z and 15Z. All of the controllers at the aerodrome are going to be sat in the very same room as each other in a place in Gloucester somewhere as well. They've teamed up with PMDG, Contrail, Navigraph as well. And you'll be contacted in flight via personal message or via Discord, providing you're in the VATSIM UK Discord server, so they can contact you. And they're going to publish some specific prize criteria in due course as well, which I am scrolling around trying to find, but I can't see it anywhere. So it's well worth having a little look at that. We've got to think about what we're going to fly that day as well, actually. Elixir says setting down the auto throttle slider in the MADDOG app might reduce the preening sound for the activators. Interesting. Ahmad, the price is $80, no discount or sale. For what, mate? Why would it be on sale? Chester, why would anyone want to transfer the same license from one client, SimMarket, to another? Because SimMarket is rubbish. It's got a really clunky installer that doesn't work very well. It doesn't let you install stuff in custom locations particularly well either. And with Contrail, when there's an update to the package, as I'm sure you probably know if you've used Contrail already, it just updates. Or it will download the new installer for you to update it. And therefore you don't have to like click into the SimMarket app, see 58 notifications of all these products that have updated, and you're having to click through each notification to find the file, to download the file. Goes into a random folder that SimMarket's installer decides to put it into. Like, the whole thing's a mess, and I'm really not a fan of it. Contrail's just like one click. So that's why it's better. Like, SimMarket's installer technology, unfortunately, is stuck in the 90s, I feel. Contrail's kind of ahead of the curve with that. It means it's easier to manage your products as well that way. I find that a bit clunky as well. Hello Reaper, welcome. How is the updated MADDOG? It's doing well, mate. Is there anything in particular that you want to see or ask about? And then we can have a little look. Rip says, I'll be honest, I bought the aeroplane a few months ago, but I'm yet to fly it. Just haven't had the time to learn it. Plus, I've been on a real GA kick lately. Have you seen the Commander preview? It's pretty cool. The latest product from Black Square. It's like the king of general aviation add-ons for the developers there. They're really, really good. Chester's been on the fence about buying the MADDOG for a while, and maybe now's the time, but then again the A220 is just around the corner as well. There is that. I suppose it depends on which you're going to prefer to fly more. Yeah, the MADDOG is very, very rarely on sale. I think I've seen it on sale once, and that's it. And that was for like a few days. And then I don't remember it really being on sale at all, if ever, beyond that. But yeah, it's going to be that price. That's no discounts for sale. But I suppose actually there is a discount potentially for those of you who have not used my 10% off code on Contrail. You can click the link in the description below. The code is in the description as well, and you can get 10% off your order. So you'll save yourself $8. So 10% off there, and that's a code that everyone can use once. Michael, runway 18 is the one that's being used in real life at the moment at Zola. I'm just watching 2 aircraft depart. There's a Freebird and there's a Norwegian, both about to take off on 18. I'm trying to chase the A220 content stuff, by the way, because the last I heard was the 17th. Hold on. The 1st of July, saying pass request across, so they'll let me know when they start pre-releasing previews. But then obviously I've heard nothing since, so send a little chaser to the AnyBuilds team to ask. Yeah, don't waste the discount. That's a good point. Yeah, if you're going to buy a few things, that's the best thing. That's the best way to do it, because you can add on like an aeroplane, a couple of sceneries, and all that sort of stuff, and then save yourself a bigger amount of cash. Because it's 10% off your total order, but you can only use that code once. The thing is, the A220 is a very quirky aeroplane in real life, because it's basically, people think it's an Airbus A220, but it's actually just a Bombardier AC series rebadged. So it doesn't really fly like your typical A320. Tom, welcome. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it does work better for their own products. Same with those GSX profiles. If I can get my hands on the A220 for next week, what do you guys think to doing some ops in and out of Birmingham Midsummer Madness with the A220? And that'd be next Saturday. Or do you guys want to see a different aeroplane? I have sent a chaser to AnyBuilds though, to ask whether I'm going to be on the list or not, because it'd be good to know. That shouldn't be too far either, actually, Reaper. Bluebird 757, what was it, Q3? Q3 2026 was it? The last time they said they were looking at an upgrade or a release target. Over France now, so that's the Bay of Biscay behind us now, look. Making some good progress. We got Nantes further up ahead. In France. Yeah, well, we haven't got many months left until it's Q3, eh? Well, Tom, so on the weekend, it's Midsummer Madness, so it's flying into and or out of Birmingham. Chris, welcome. Bought the Mad Dog, just did 2 legs, had no lag, and disconnected AP on approach to hand fly. Great performance. Good to hear. What sectors did you do? What we got? That's 6. Ahmed, no worries at all. Welcome to you. Glad you enjoy the content. Tom's locals Birmingham, always fun to fly in and out. There's typically always a crosswind as well, isn't there? So it always makes it spicy. Midsummer Madness as well on VATSIM, when it is an event, is super busy, crazy busy. So it'll be good to take part in that. Tom says with the A220, pilots seem to like it in real life for the general ease of use once they've learned it. Yeah, it's a cool jet, isn't it? It does look like a cool aeroplane. Failing that, we'll fly the Fokker 100 again, something like that, as a backup option. But then the query is, do we fly out of Birmingham to somewhere, or do we fly into Birmingham from somewhere? If we fly out, we're going to have slot restrictions and some delayed departures, no doubt, so that's always something to bear in mind. And if we fly in, we'll need to carry about 100, about 60 minutes of extra fuel, 90 minutes of extra fuel, just in case it holds for the big event. Yawn, good day to you, welcome. Very nice. Have you checked out the freeware Solar, Bjorn? The 1x1B actual? Reaper, that's a good question. Is there a dream aircraft that you would like to see in the simulator that's not already in development? Ooh. I mean, I'd say the 747-400, but that is in development, isn't it? So, the 767-300's in development as well. 757-200 is in development. I'm pretty well covered, mate, to be honest. Chris, considering the Fokkers but want the Mad Dog first, do you have any opinions? They are both really good, which doesn't help you whatsoever, but you can't go wrong. I suppose my query would be, what sort of flying do you want to do? Do you want some slightly smaller regional hopping around with the Fokkers? Or do you want some slightly extended ops with the MADDOGs? But they're both fantastic. Obviously the Fokkers are a lot cheaper. You could buy the F70 and F100 bundle for much less. What we got? Let's try to do a quick bit of research. So you're basically looking about £80 sterling for the MADDOG. And then if you want the bundle, the link is in the live chat for the Fokker bundle. Yeah, I mean that's a good point. You could get both. If you've not used the 10% off code yet, Chris, in the description, you could order both and save yourself a bit of cash. Both are available on Contrail now, so that's always good. Badger says he'd like to see a 707. That would be nice. Isn't being revived from Aeroplane Heaven's version. Tom, yeah, Dash 8. Who's making that? Simworks Studio are making the Dash 8 300 or 400, aren't they? Not sure actually which variant they're making. All three, amazing. But yeah, exceptionally slow progress though. So I suppose technically in development, but I'm not expecting that until maybe 2028. We'll have a new simulator. Simba, epic. I'm going to plan for runway 18 team, I think. A little bit of cross-flow traffic on the old TCAS there. Let's try TriSim's GFX. We've got two aircraft there, look, crossing over each other. All the way over in the distance. Right, charts. So, yeah, we are going to plan for this. The Unbird 2 Sierra RNAV arrival for runway 18. So, into Solar. So routing in over Umbird, the North Sea, at above flight level 100, and then we're going to work in through Zola 637 down to around 80, and then round from there. What's the headwind though? Because if it's less than 5 knots, yeah, that's fine. A headwind of 2 knots, they won't change the runway for that. They'll stick to the preferential runway system, which by the looks of all the documentation is runway 18. But they're definitely using 18 in real life at the moment because I've been watching some jets take off from there. And they've just got one landing as well as Scandinavian Air Service is landing on 18 from Oslo. We're going to make Stavanger, Solar. We're going to make it busier than real life. Departure arrivals. Oh, we can always change this if the ATIS suggests otherwise. Have a look on VATSIM radar. Got no ATC currently. But that's fine. Right, back to the charts. So, ILS 18 Zulu by Gogut, and then we want the next page. Wow, there's a lot of arrivals. Unbird 2 Sierra. What 2 Sierra 18 ILS Zulu Gogut. There we go. Good. That's the plan anyway. If it changes, then it changes. Yeah, Bergen is phenomenal, isn't it though, Simbear? It's a really cool place to fly around. And Oslo's got, is it 3 massive airport sceneries now available? So sport for choice at that one. We can be good as well and pop our descent forecasting, so I'm going to grab some winds. What is the transition altitude? 7,000. What's the QNH? Nine and 9 at 8. Ooh, so we're going to go for flight level 80, I think, as a guess. It might be 80, it might be 85. 1 hectopascal, folks, equals 30 feet in altitude. So if the QNH currently is 998, and we're going to go from standard pressure, so as an example piece, 32,000 feet now, and we just pretend this is transition level. Between 1013 and 998 hectopascals, which is the local QNH, that's a 15 hectopascal difference. If you multiply the 15 by 30, you get 450 feet. So when we change to local pressure, we're going to go from 32,000 feet down to 31,550 feet indicated on the altitude, which is where you've got to be careful with setting pressure. High to low, down you go. So that transition level will float and move based on how low the pressure becomes. But I think typically, as long as there's 500 feet separation, I think usually they don't move it. But it might be 8.5 when we turn up. We will find out closer. Simbrief OFP. Right, transition level, forecast winds. I'm just going through my flight plan to go to the winds page here, so we can put some of this data in for the descent. Just to feed the brain of the jet. And that's going to help us calculate our top of descent more accurately as well. Oh, it's 32, is it? 272 at 32. Silly me. Flight level 200. $26430. Oh, 26430. This is when you're flying loads of different aeroplanes, you end up blending the two. Level 100, 27524. What's the airport elevation? 30 feet, so we'll call it 1,000 foot. 260 at 9. Lovely job. Done. Keep that heading bug in line with our direction of travel, like so. And then fixed rings, we're going to go for, let's see if it takes ZV, which is the Zola ILS for 1103. That's correct, that's the one. We're going for 4. What's the thing? Right, 177. Let's see if it takes this. Not sure why it's saying 2, but probably me being unfamiliar with the jet after a long time away. Let's try that, back course. 2 and 10. Alright, fair enough. I mean, they're helpful anyway for range rings. Extended descent lines have gone in as well with that fix. Yeah, there's a KC 10 being developed, isn't there? Let's flick that to landing data now as well. So cruise descent page is done. Progress page, got 1 hour of flight time left. No, 2 hours of flight time left. Loads of time. Clock time 3 hour 34. Oh, you know what I'd like to see, and this is proper old school, a Nimrod. It's probably an absolute pig to fly, but it's so iconic, certainly for like UK military type fly. Yeah, Comet. You can have a Comet and then a Nimrod variant. Go really old school. That'd be quite cool, wouldn't it? I mean, truth be told, I've spent about 6 months trying to make one, but failed miserably, so gave up. Yeah, nice ATCs come on at Solar. What's wild is I look at VATSIM UK and there's barely any ATC online. Usually on a weekend you would have VATSIM UK kind of lit up with at least some area controllers online. There's nothing. Oh, this is Elevatex, look. What have they got? Manchester Ground, Belfast, Edinburgh, Birmingham, Heathrow Tower, and Gatwick Tower. Gatwick Ground and Delivery, sorry. That's it. Not a single area controller anywhere. Then you look at Europe and Amsterdam radar's online, Langen radar as ever, reliable, they're online. Denmark controllers online as well. And yeah, there we go. There's Zola. Zola approach. Got the English Channel down below us now, so we're going to cross and we'll see Jersey on the left hand side and Guernsey in a few moments. Oh, they could be cool as well, actually, Ashley. Fokker F27 and F5060. Bit of Fokker quirkiness in turboprop form. That would be cool. Yeah, David True, it's summertime. It's always quiet. Summer holidays. We're going away. We'll be ATC on later around Vancouver. from 1900 Zulu onwards for anyone looking to fly this evening with some good ATC anywhere on VATSIM. Lovely sandy beaches down there. I was looking at doing like a little staycation, well not staycation, but a little hop where you drive through the Channel Tunnel, go to France, and go for like a week somewhere down here. It'd be really, really nice, but you've got to pay like 300 quid to go and get your dog vaccinated and wormed to go out, and then before you come back, which is madness. Like, talk about over medicating your pet. So basically ruled out going to France completely because of that. But it would have been nice. You can get some real bargain stays in France comparable to stays in the UK. But the faff of having to go and get extra like worming tablets and shots and extra vaccination boosters and things for my dog is not ideal when she's already had enough. It should be enough to prove that they're vaccinated anyway, and then that would be it. But French don't do it that way. Oh, and as of an hour ago, anyone going to Gatwick, they've got a water shortage. There's a water issue in the Hawley area, and it's causing disruption at the airport, affecting water supply in both terminals, and they're having to distribute bottled water to passengers and staff across the airport and bring in a load of other contingency measures to be put in place to ensure welfare of passengers. Ooh. And apparently they've been asking people to leave the cafes, and they've been turning the chairs over to show them as closed. No water's being handed out according to people in the terminal at the minute. I love that. You go on YouTube or you go onto Facebook and you just see it's a whole load of stuff. I've not seen a single bottle of water being handed out, and they're having to buy water at 4 quid a bottle. And the toilets don't even work. Ooh. There's a major power surge at the Boff Breach Water Treatment Centre. That's apparently causing it. Oh well. Yeah, actually. They've got no water, no toilets, nothing. Imagine that, thousands of people in the terminal at any one time, like tens of thousands potentially at any one time, and no one can flush the loo. That's going to get horrible real quick. At what point do you close the airport? Reaper, I couldn't with my dog. If I went abroad this year, which is not going to be the case, but if we did, it'll only ever really be like Greece or Mauritius. Although Mauritius now has got so expensive again that it's not particularly affordable to go there. But Greece is lovely. I'd go back to was it Rhodes? I'd go back to that place we went to in Rhodes, Maya Exclusive Resort. That was stunning, absolutely superb, but mega expensive. Cheaper than Mauritius, but very expensive just to go to Greece. But it was probably one of the best holidays. It was brilliant, proper like luxury, good. Badger here. I'm in Southport. We had some rain last night. Last time we had rain was last month. Yeah, we had a little bit today in Oxfordshire. It said there was a 20% chance of rain, and I looked up and I thought, well, there's going to be a little bit more than that. But it was a 20% chance of light rain. So I thought, fair enough. Headed out on a dog walk, and within about 8 minutes, the heavens opened. Proper torrential rain for about a minute. And then it just stopped, and it went clear skies, blue skies, sunny. So it's kind of not really done anything, that bit of rain. It'd have been like sucked up in like seconds by the vegetation, but that's it, it's gone. Oh, Reaper, nice. London's probably very different, mate, to what you remember. I wouldn't recommend it. You're probably better off looking at places like Bath. Some of those sort of nicer parts of the UK, that'd be really nice. Although there'd be very little partying to do around there. Though Bath's a bit stag do city, but Bath's stunning. Yeah, nice. Always look on TripAdvisor for complaints of aeroplane noise, and that's where I book. Scott had a huge bushfire in the Cairngorms. Ooh, I didn't read that. Is that in the news? Oh yeah. Residents upset and angry over Cairngorms wildfire evacuation orders. Major incident. Wow, that looks terrible. There's another heat wave on the way to the UK as well this week, isn't it? It's meant to go back up to about 36, 37 degrees. We're now under a hose pipe ban. Again. Simbear. Oh, it's so good. I love it. How do you buy them where you are? Is it the Meraki Tech website? I'm not sure what country you're in. I'm assuming Norway. If anyone's wondering, that there, it's not an affiliate link, but I've tagged it anyway, just because it's hopefully just shows them that I've generated some interest. I absolutely love my coffee machine, it's brilliant. Norway. Interestingly, Sweden and Denmark are on the list. On their website. Oh, you're in the UK. Bella Barista, mate. That's the only place you can get it from. I'll send you the link. It's on like a long-term discount. There it is. That's who I bought it from as well. Simbear. In the UK, they're the official distributor of it. And then you get when you buy from them. Depends how local you are to where they are as well. I almost bought the fellow one, but it doesn't have a grinder, and you would then have to spend a whole lot of money on a really good grinder because the grind is important. So you would basically be adding, because the fellow one is more expensive than the Meraki, and you're basically adding like another 500, 600, 700 quid once you've ordered that plus a grinder comparable to the £1,600 for the Meraki. Well, it's nearly 400 quid extra, I suppose. So you're looking at £2,000. Whole lot of cash. You've already got the grinder. Oh, fair enough. I suppose it depends what your preference would be then. It's an expensive cup of coffee, Reaper, but if you... so I did a video on this a few... when was it? Early June. And effectively I did a video back just after I took delivery of the Meraki and I brought it home. And I basically went into the detail of why I'm switching from Nespresso and then also why I've settled on the Meraki. But in long term, sort of 5 years, I'll be 800 or so quid better off by having the Meraki. So it was like a no-brainer for me. There's Global Shipping AI from Seafront Simulations down below, giving us a bit of life around the English Channel. All the animated ships sailing about. Chris, welcome, good afternoon, mate. I have tried, for what it's worth, a Normcore dripper, slow dripper, but it's just nowhere near the same. The Meraki, even with me being an amateur behind the controls, but having learnt how to set the grind right and all that sort of stuff, irrespective of my rubbish latte art, but it is getting better. I made another heart today. Irrespective of all of that, the Meraki, hands down, makes better coffee than any coffee shop I've ever been to. I haven't seen any coverage, Chris, to be honest. I've spent, what are we now, 25 days since my last contact with Builds waiting for the email, because it sounded like I was on the list, but it's not the case, I don't think. I'm not sure. I've sent a chaser request off anyway to ask for either a yes or no. But I'm hoping I'll get the chance to review it. Might be next weekend for Midsummer Madness. I've always been interested in it since Synaptic Simulation first launched. And that's, what are we looking like, 5 years ago? 6 years ago since their project launched on Discord. I've been keeping an eye on that. So, yeah, I was kind of excited to check it out. Somewhat disappointed I haven't been able to so far. But it is what it is. Yeah, I thought I'd positioned enough to get early access for a review, or a preview stream, Chris, but seems not. The thing is, I know where I stand with everyone else. So it's always hard to work it out when I'm in contact with Builds. And the Synaptic team as well, Harsh. I've sent a couple of messages too, but no response. But yeah, I would be keen. I'd be very excited to check it out. It looks brilliant from the very limited things that I've seen so far, like the trailer. It's a quirky, cool looking aeroplane as well, because we will add it to Osprey Airways naturally. Ian says, did you see there was a paid update to the North Sea add-on from Aerosoft? There is a discount if you have the 2020 version. Is it? I did not know that. No, I hadn't seen it. Oh. Runway 28's in use apparently, according to the ATIS. So we're going to have to change our arrival in a moment. And we'll revert back to what we planned initially, which was the Unbird 3 Romeo arrival to runway 28. Well, Chris, he is paid by them a significant amount of money to market their products. So rather than he kind of being an independent content creator, he's actually on their payroll. So there's a bit of a difference. That's why he's got it. He's basically employed by them in one way or another. Yeah, that's it. That's it. They're always the sponsored streamers are the ones you're typically going to see for mini builds, and I'm not sponsored by them. What you typically get, unfortunately, is overly positive commentary as well, rather than independent thought. But it is what it is. That's the world we live in. Same with like Thrustmaster. When you see sponsored by Thrustmaster, and you've got your favourite content creators telling you to go and buy a load of overpriced plastic crap that's actually really rubbish. I'm not saying that's the case with the A220 though, because it looks brilliant. But it is the case with Thrustmaster. It's all the tips and tricks of marketing anyway. Midhurst, so we've got Gatwick down there somewhere. And if Simbear's saying it's going to go to 18, we will keep our plan as it was. I was just about to change that arrival stuff across, but we'll enjoy some window views. Nice one, thank you. We can do 28. I'm happy to do whatever they want to do. I didn't know if there was like a reason behind it. Oh, look at that, we've got approach, tower, and ground online. Oh yeah, ILS Zulu 18 is on the ATIS now, information hotel. Transition levels 8.5. We were close with the guess. Did think that was going to be the case, to be fair, because the really low QNH. We'll just change that. Happy days. kind of all set, ready to go now. One thing we do need to do actually is have a little chat about the ILS and the frequencies. So what do we want to do? We've got to tune 1103. Inbound course 177. One 103. 177. Make sure that's correct. So set both of those. And they're the comm stacks. We've got no NDBs to tune. We're going to just check minimums as well. So decision altitude 210. But we need the decision height on this, so it's going to be 200 feet above the ground for minimums. The preset route ready to go. We've still got a little way to go, but it's just nice to get these things done, just to be ahead of the plane. 'Cause it's been a while since we've flown it, so I don't want to compress the workload as we get closer and start to make mistakes. We just go through and have a little look here. We've got about 2 pages to go. Look before Umbud, and then from there, I'm just going to check the data matches that of the actual charts now, more than anything else. We'll keep an eye out for Heathrow down below as well, actually. In a second. ZV637, ZV634. Sort for, so the speed restrictions in there as well. DMAV at or above 7. All the way around to Gogut. 4,000. Interesting. It's at or above 2,500. Then we've got to go from 4,000 to 2,000 in 4 miles. So I might just change this to an at. And make it recalculate the whole lot. That's a bit better. Always check your data. Then net mode from 1,500 feet, glide slope. Happy days. Right, where is Heathrow? There's Gatwick. Which means Heathrow. There we go, just down there. Not sure when Stavanger will be released, Aaron. Still waiting to hear from IronSim when they confirm like a release date with Orbex. Hopefully it's going to be this week at some point. But was it $14.99? I'll just dig out the price list again. Not quite. Right against the window here. Just about to see the. We'll go right over the top of Heathrow. $15.99 US. That would be excluding tax, I imagine. Which, for those of you in the UK, is £12 sterling. Chris, yes, I am. So the throttles are a bit of a pain. But thanks to Ashley, we've nailed the setup. It's actually very similar to the Falcon 50 from Contrail. So in SimApp Pro, I'm using the single profile. I can't remember what it's called. And then with that, we go onto the throttle calibration.
At Paul Humphreys 68 donated £4.99 through Super Chat. Hope to see you take the Anibuilds A350 for a spin soon.
Hey Paul, thank you matey. Hope you're doing really well. You getting on alright with it? Sounds like you're enjoying it. It has, yeah, it's been a while since we've been in the 350. I do love it though. In the throttles, you go throttle axis 0 to 100, and then you have to go in and create custom axes. Stand by. I'm trying to find the right name of it without, because I don't want to click pause. Throttle 1 axis 0 to 100, throttle 2 axis 0 to 100, and then you go into those settings and you want to set custom curves to minus 0.39. And what that does is it basically creates a fake stop here for the throttles to be at idle before they click into reverse. And that's the best way to do it. Hey Aaron, thank you matey, very generous of you. He's gifted a channel membership to somebody watching today. We've got Clipper7425. It's been gifted a channel membership courtesy of Aaron for a month. Clipper, don't forget to head to Discord and link your YouTube account, mate. It'll give you access to our club lounge area. You'll be able to join our club chats for the members only section of our Discord server. Have we flown over near Denham yet? I don't think we have. Oh yeah, there's Watford down below. So that means Denham is like... Oh yeah, that's going to be Uxbridge and the river. So yeah, Denham's just under that cloud. That looks like the Grand Union Canal and all the lakes. This turn means we're at Bookman's Park. We've got no London Control online. Below us, Stansted Approach and Luton Approach are both online. I feel like they've got a different keybind for the speed brake though, because I've got my speed brake lever on my wind control hardware. When I pull it up, it goes to arm speed brake, but for some reason it doesn't do that in this. It just kind of like jigs back down. So I'll have to experiment with that a little bit more, work out which one it is that they've set it onto with the keybind. I wanted to have a little look at the wind control website today actually as well, because I noticed on my delivery when I looked at some of the instructions today, UK, they talk about like a cockpit builder, or like a cockpit frame that they seem to be either preparing to sell or they already sell. Center panel. No, that's not it. Yeah, I have no idea. It's in their Q&A, like in their installation Q&A. It's interesting because it's there's definitely mention of it, like a cockpit frame, but there's nothing on their website whatsoever. So I don't know where that's come from, unless it's a generic cockpit frame setup type thing in their instructions, but that wouldn't make any sense. You can expand on their existing mounts. In what way? Is that what? I do that with that. I'm just gonna go into my desk and check something. Oh, that's very different, isn't it? Oh, there goes the mouse. Yeah, because I've got the nose wheel steering, but I've also got the Airbus MCDU and a few other ones now as well, which I can't seem to get my head around. Currently I've got 3 desk mounts attached to my desk. I've also, something a bit different, because I've got the Boeing panel and I've got the Airbus panel, I've ordered some Velcro strips, and I'm going to basically create like a hook and loop fastener underneath each, so I can just pull them off like Velcro and then put the new one on, because their sticky dots are like super sticky, to the point that what they've actually done is damaged my desk, because I've been swapping between the Boeing and the Airbus one. It's actually pulled some of the laminate off the IKEA table, revealing the MDF underneath. And if I can work out a way to kind of reduce that, that'd be great. Looks like one heck of a crosswind. 85 knots, my goodness. What is the weather doing at Zola at the moment? Winds 290 degrees at 11 knots. Good visibility though. Clouds scattered 2800. No sig. Yeah, so when we land, do remind me, once we've parked up or something, to force some false weather. I'll park up, close the new sky flight, and then I'll turn the rain on. And then we'll check the wipers, because it's one of the new features they mentioned in the changelog. We'll just see how it works. LT Saltbird, welcome. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Oh good, the Velcro strips are coming today. Looks like an RAF base down there. Quick check on Elevatex, try and find it. RAF Lakenheath. Actually, it looks like Mildenhall as well. Yeah. So Mildenhall is that one, and then Lakenheath is that one. Some good freeware scenery available for that, FlightSim.to, for both of those I think. And then a little bit further up was the home of the Tornadoes many years ago, RF Marham. I don't know if that's still an active base or not. I'll have to Google it. Hey Harry, welcome. Ah yes, RF Marham is the home of the F-35 Lightning. So very active. Keep an eye out for that. So there's the US. Marham. There we go. It should be poking up any second. It's down there, look. That means actually we shouldn't be too far away from RF Coltishall, though that's been long closed, the home of the Jaguars many years back. Where would that be in relation to us? Maybe we've gone past it, because it was near Witten. Do a quick Google search. RF Cultural Heritage Centre is a thing. Wow. Coltishall was a great base. Oh, that's sad. It's basically a massive solar farm now. How rubbish. Right, so Norfolk, Norwich. So we probably can't see it. That's not it. That's Norwich Airport. There it is. That underneath that bit of cloud is what was RF Coltishall. Many years ago. And it's like, like 20 something years back, I was stood in the tower watching the Typhoons fly past, and they were doing like a basically like a welcome, like an entry into service tour around a variety of stations. In fact, that could be. That's not. That's general aviation. It's far too short a runway. That's RF Alton that we just saw underneath us. That's a bit of a general aviation airfield. You still on 2020, Scott? That's good going. Weather radar's picking up a little bit of flak up ahead. Extended scent lines loading in there as well. Where's my weather radar? It's up here, isn't it? Just gonna bring that tilt down a tad. Not that much, Christ. Free. Let's turn that gain up. Changes the profile of it as well. Look, slices through it differently. Turn the gain down. Yeah, definitely a need for a business case there. It's pretty stable now, isn't it, Ian? That's the thing. Give or take some add-ons being problematic, but most of the sim development now is just exclusively MSFS 2024. It says the 777's wandering all over the sky, keeps overshooting the turns. The LNAV seems to have gone a bit wonky since the last update. I haven't flown it for ages. Yeah, I've not flown it for a while actually, mate, to be fair. Hopefully they haven't introduced something weird. Over the North Sea. Still got the charts on, haven't I? How long have they been on for? Ruddy ages. 20 minutes. They should be cheaper though, Ian, in theory. Maybe that's your compromise. Next time you don't book one that's near an airport. But boss lets you upgrade. Yes, let's turn them lights on. Right, landing elevation, it's Zola. We'll just give it a click up. It's about 50 feet. Local QNH was very low, wasn't it? It was 998 hectopascals, so we've got to make sure that's set. Oops. 998. It's on primary mode. We're doing alright. Big old crosswind. New update's brilliant. Such a cool jet, they're so unique. Don't forget on this, if you want to go up pretty, like really old school as well, you can do power backs off the gate and everything. See how it does with the flyby. See if it craps itself again. Ooh, not too bad. Trigger it again. Crosswind is so strong, it's pushing it across the... Look at that! Hey, Scott, welcome to the dark side. You're not going to regret it. Right, not long to go before we get in range. We'll top up some water. We'll be back in about 2 minutes. Cool, right, sorted. I just thought, just as you messaged me, Scott, actually, if you're moving now to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, and at the same time, you're coming from Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, a lot of your Premium Deluxe stuff, if you had Premium Deluxe 2020, carries across into 2024. So things like your Dreamliner, if you still use that sort of thing. What I did is I bought Standard Edition of Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 because it's wholly cheaper. It's like 50 quid. So get Standard Edition MSFS 2024 and then bring all of your payware stuff across from Contrail, Builds, everyone else. Some of them you will need to pay upgrade fees. That's just something to be aware of. I think like PMDG 737s, I think there's like £5 upgrade fee or something similar. But yeah, you certainly don't need Premium Deluxe Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 unless there's a specific aeroplane you really want. But let's face it, a lot of the simulator stuff in the sim by default is a bit naff. Oh, that's down below us. No worries at all. Yeah, save your cash. Don't get Premium Deluxe. Just get Standard Edition. When's top of descent? It's got to be fairly soon. Where's my range ring? There. 100. Oh wow, we've got miles. 100. That's about 220 miles to top descent. Sam Mark 1775. Making that thrust actuator go absolutely wild. Wonder where it's going to top out at. What's the max cruise of this thing? Is it some max 7.8? It might be. Econ speed 755. Ooh, a little bit of turbulence. Good. Make sure that's not broken. Nice having the ambient noise in the background now. Gives a bit of life in the cabin, sure. But they pulled it out of the bag with this update, to be fair. Sounds are the next thing that they can work on, but don't really mind too much, to be fair, with the sounds as they are. Oil rig. I do like the North Sea stuff. Now I know there's an upgrade, I'm going to have a little look at that. Yeah, we're kind of just skirting around all of the active ATC today, aren't we? Which is a bit of a shame, but we've got a lot of ATC in solar to look forward to, which is good. I'm surprised there is such little ATC in Europe, though, for the weekend, even though it is summer holidays. Because there'd be days on the weekends where it's just lit up, isn't it? But then I suppose I don't really monitor it too actively now. Now I've moved to that VATSIM Sub-Saharan Africa division. I kind of just look there of how busy it is. There's always seems to be some sort of controller coverage down there, which is nice. We just need more people to fly around it. Lilo, no A220. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem that way, does it? I had been having conversations with them about it back in, well, early July. 1st of July was the last I spoke to the team, but yeah, I thought I was on the list, mate. However, yeah, typically anyway, what you would get is the people that are paid by Unibuilds to deliver their content, doing all of the very initial pre-release stuff anyway. So even if I get my hands on it, typically I don't get the chance to do it at the same time as them. Usually it's the day after. So they kind of protect the people that they sponsor, but that's quite normal. Gareth, hello mate. Upgraded for free on Sim Market. Downloaded it yesterday. Nice. You can transfer across to Contrail for free if you wanted to. And that way you can manage your upgrades, the updates better for the MADDOG. I would be very keen to have a look at the A220 though, Lilo, for what it's worth. I've been excited for that for a very, very long time, so, but it's up to them. Ultimately, I'm powerless to persuade otherwise. If loads of people go to them and say, "Oh, why, when's British Avgeek gonna preview it or review it or something like that," then it puts it on the radar, but it's a decision that's kind of just made by them. I'd like to think they'll tell me either way, so I've sent them a message to saying, look, I'm still waiting for an answer, thinking I was on the list based on a previous email. Could you let me know either way, a yes or a no, if I'm going to be on a list? And that way I plan accordingly. Because now, after today's live stream, I'll already be thinking about next week's stream, which is the big Birmingham Midsummer Madness event, which I'm sponsoring. Sponsoring along with Unibuilds and Contrail and PMDG by the looks of it as well. But yet to see what all the prizes are that are on offer and what the rules are. So I'm hoping that will come out over the week to come. Typically it will be like how, someone that flies in and out of Birmingham more, then they get an entry, and then they do, like, sometimes they do other entry rules, like the person that flies the farthest but stays constantly connected to VATSIM and stuff like that. And they would give you different entries, different chances to win different prizes. It's quite cool. It's mega turbulence, what on earth? Let's just pop that on. Which means...
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned on the seatbelt sign.
Custom
Please
announcement.
return to your seats, fasten your seatbelts, and refrain from using the lavatories until the sign is switched off. Thank you.
Who would have thought, in the Leonardo MADDOG native to 2024, we would get custom logic attached announcements and all that? It's absolutely brilliant. I didn't know. That was it. I was just going to show you the seatbelt sign. I had no idea. I had no idea that was going to happen. That's brilliant. This aeroplane keeps surprising me. It's so good. That top of descent's just tickling into view now. Anyone running MSFS with an RTX 3060? Ooh, I'm not sure, mate, actually. Hopefully someone in the live chat might be able to say if they are or not, or if they have tried to previously but since upgraded. I'm not sure what the minimum spec is. I mean, typically most of my settings are the same as what they were on MSFS 2020, but with some of the settings actually turned up a bit. Zola approach is 11965, so I'm going to tune that ready. One one nine 119.605. Solar approach. And then what do we got? ATIS 126005. Let's see. Interesting. Okay, that's now turning off and on again. Changes that. I'll turn on the VOR ILS DME beeper as well, so we hear some of those. We'll do left only. Maybe we're still out of range for that one. What? 6.5. 5. Were you running the 3070 Ti on MSFS 24, Badger? How did you find it? Are you about? I think you're about to overtake me, Ian. Go, go, go. 38,000 feet. In fact, let's punch up. There he is. Zoom, zoom. The mighty 777. Let's go. It's going to be like that one. I forget how long this aeroplane is. Look at those wing textures as well. There's so much improvement on this aeroplane, it's insane. I'm trying to get all the wear and tear as well, it's so old. Look at that for a screen grab. Bosh. Did it screen grab? Six. Oh, it did, but Elevatex didn't read it. Oh no, it did read it. I just scrolled down for some reason. This is the line so far. Got Osprey 598 down there, Michael's over the North Sea, trailing the pack. They got Ian and other Ian, and myself. Lost one to a crash to desktop. That's not a bad shout actually, Tom's suggestion there for Ian. You could try Game Pass for a month and see if it will run, and then work it out from there. Great suggestion. And see if you've got like any products that give you a month of Game Pass for free or something like that. And then there's zero expense to trying it out. Coming up to about 90 miles. Performance. Landing. Autofill. So yeah, it is 15 degrees. Reverse, yes. Auto brake min. Suggesting length to 28. 40, 15, 20. That's a bit risky, that. Doesn't really change very much. Go 1540. So that's our performance for the arrival. Approach ref 40, 133. Does that match? Yeah, it does. Got the ILS in there as well. Zola 18. Perfect. Is Ian overtaken yet? Almost. I reckon, Ian, if you go direct unbud, you'll kind of just weave ahead and we'll create a bit more of a gap. Actually, I could probably... That's a good shout, actually. Don't worry about that. I'm going to go to VNAV speed. Slow it down. We'll watch him leapfrog ahead. There he is. Still some like gaps and like weird bits there, look. So maybe that's intentional. Technically now, Ian has right of way because he's on top of us. Interesting. A lot of people saying that their observations of the A220 say that its performance doesn't look all that great. Looks like it needs a lot of optimizing. But I haven't seen any content myself, so I'll have to have a little look myself at some point. Watch 320 Sim Pilot back or something like that. I like him. Always informative. The thing is, I very rarely get a bit of time to watch any flight sim content. I can't remember the last time I watched any, actually, to be honest. Right, so top of descent, we're going to go for low auto brake or min auto brake, but what we will do within that is then set it so that when we touch down, that will be our initial phase of braking, and then we'll go to manual brakes to slow the jet down. Dialer flap set to 15, so we know that that's set up correctly for the descent phase as we begin to extend those flaps. Arts back to automatic. Landing pressurization panel is all set and done. Ready to go. Don't worry about that, Ian. I'll vector in behind you, mate. We'll be on approach anyway, don't forget. So there'll be loads of space. They'll sort us out. Which way you're going to be? Oh, mate, you're miles ahead, mate. Don't worry about that. There's loads of room. Don't worry about offsetting at all. Does COM 2 not work? 126005. Maybe the voice ATIS is dead. Let me try a different one. Bergen 125225. Because I can see on VATSIM it's showing as receiving. Maybe it's not active to have two comms with it at the same time. Oh well. Yeah, it's up, it's just no voice. 126005. Stand by. I think it's the jet. Oh well. The ATIS anyway, I'll read it out. It's Solar Information Juliet times 1420 Zulu when it was generated. Expect ILS Zulu 18 approach, runway in use 18, transition level 85, wind 270 degrees at 11 knots, visibility 10 kilometers or more, clouds few 3,000 feet, no SIG, temperature 15 degrees Celsius, dew point +9, QNH 998 hectopascals. 119605 is our next. And we want to descend to a target of, let's set 7. Hold on, Amazon's at the door and they don't seem to want to go. Sorted. Where were we? Top of descent, imminent. 7. Miles. The sounds of this thing is so cool. Where's Ian's contrails? He's all the way over there. There's loads of space. This has worked out perfectly. Ooh, why did the autopilot just disengage? Interesting. FMS speed, nav track, VNav level. When that hits 10, I'm just going to push the button. And then we'll head into IronSim's brand new Stavanger International Airport, Zola, to check out what its latest airport scenery has to offer. A very reasonable 12 quid. Not sure what to expect. Their scenery previously has been okay, but it's nothing amazing. That's kind of like the general gist of their stuff, so it'll be interesting to see what they've pulled out for this one. As someone said earlier, the freeware that's available for Solar is by 1B actual, but it's a bit out of date. 11 knot crosswind, by the way, for the approach, so we're going to really test the flight dynamics of this aeroplane on the way in. See how it handles in quite spicy weather conditions for the wind. I'm just going to recycle those bugs for the approach phase. Drift down and all that sort of stuff. Oops. Push. Armed that. You should see all of the VNav system kick in a moment into the descent phase of flight. Down we go. I'll release them for about 5 minutes. Hope you've enjoyed today's flight in the MD-88. Definitely improved sounds. What was the thing on the legs page out with the A220? Out of curiosity. So we should get pretty much like idle drift down. I'm going to go back to toga mode for the EPA limits. And where's my checklists? Descent, destination weather's obtained, arrival date is set and checked, we've already done all of that. V-bugs are set, rad out and audio markers set and on. Wing and engine anti-ice as required, should be fine. FCP set as required. Pressurization's already set, and let's brief the approach. So, when we get to Gogut, which is there at any point in this phase here with approach, we could get a direct to Gogut. So we could get here, a little shortcut potentially. But Ian's ahead of us in the 777, so that is unlikely. We're probably going to get stretched further out. That's fine. And then when we get to Gogut, we'll do a little step in at 107 degrees for 4 miles, headed down to 2,000 feet, I think it is. Yep, at Ranab, max 210 knots. And then with that, heading in on the ILS approach, which now, as you can see on the left-hand side, we've also got 11 knot crosswind, but similarly, a 4 knot tailwind that's just hit in. Let's contact the controller. Solar approach, good afternoon, Osprey 165's MD-88 with information Juliet currently descending through level 240.
Osprey 165, approach hello, number 2, squawk 5352, and expect ILS Zulu runway 1.
Number 2, squawk 5352, and expect ILS Zulu 18, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, stop descent, flight level 150.
Wilco stop descent 150, Osprey 165. Cool. Tom, nothing wrong with it. It says just dropped the FPS by a chunk. I suspect because in the background it's very complex and not optimized, at least on the preview build. Yeah, and preview builds tend to sometimes be like that because it's not the final version, so a lot of the times we'll be testing stuff out, we'll be displaying things, and there'll be quirks or issues, or little areas that aren't quite as optimized as they could be, but they'll then get picked up and worked on, hopefully, prior to release.
Osprey 165, turn left heading 340.
Left heading 340, Osprey 165. So we'll keep heading bank limiter 15 degrees on because of our speed. Right, anyway, charts. So yeah, 177 degrees the inbound course, 1103 for the frequency. And then our minimums I've set decision height of 200 today. But we're doing the standard kind of Cat 1 ILS, not the Cat 2, so we can hand fly the last little bit in for as long as possible. Otherwise we'd have a slightly lower minimums. Missed approach for this is the same though on either. Climb 177 degrees to 3,000 feet, and at 15 DME Zol, turn right direct Zol, and make a new approach. So we'll have to flick that across to 11685.
Delta 908.
6,000 feet, QNH 998 Osprey 2476.
Is it safe to change both? Let's find out. 1685. I can't remember if you need both set in the Mad Dog or if you can just set one. Ian's somewhere in this. See him on my TCAS. There's the North Sea stuff again. There he is, look. Through Dave's face. There he is! That's epic, look at that. How can we capture that? Global shipping down there again. Those awesome ships sailing about. Gives us a great little bit of life around the water.
Osprey 165, descend flight level 90, and right now you're enjoying a separation between the ground right.
Descend level 90 and yeah, we've got him in sight. Thank you, Osprey 165. Oh, that's some pretty cool controlling. Imagine being a passenger. And then you're kind of looking at it and go, well, hold on, what's that? Look at that Osprey 777. That's epic. Let's go to just vertical speed mode.
Osprey 2472, clear direct Google. Initial approach fixed for runway 18.
Clear to Google, initial approach fix for runway 18, Osprey 2472.
Osprey 165, turn right at 360.
Right to 360, Osprey 165. That clamp means that we've got the throttle up. Something to bear in mind. Give it a little bit of speed brake. Ian's broke off somewhere now, I think. Where is he?
Osprey 2472, speed 250 on Osprey greater.
250 or greater, Osprey 2472.
Global shipping. Again with some more ships down there. Yeah, there goes Ian. Where is he? Slightly ahead of the jet. About 2 o'clock right over here somewhere now, but he's just out of visual range for us in the sim. Big thank you to our air traffic controllers as always. Give us a little bit of ATC at the end. Chart needs clearing again. Christ, Birdman, thank you, mate. I got sidetracked looking at the stuff. We can't see him now anyway. Did you see him earlier when we were... Let's see. Oh yeah, you did, but the charts were in the ruddy way. Let's go. Seatbelt signs. Okay, so, oh, hold on.
Osprey 2472, descend 3,000 feet and descend via the Google transition, clear ILS Zulu runway 18.
3,000 feet cleared to the Google transition, clear to the ILS for runway 18.
Nearly made a rookie mistake there.
Osprey 2% speed 220 knots or greater.
220 Greater Osprey 2472.
How do we get back in off clamp mode? I can't remember.
5, then 5,000 feet, QNH 9er.
Descend 5,000 QNH 909 at 8, Osprey 165. Oh, 98. Oh, 98. Arm that.
Osprey 135, turn right heading 020.
Right 020, Osprey 165.
Solar approach, good afternoon. Europa 3 Yankee Oscar, flight level 250.
Europa 3 Yankee Oscar, approach hello, expect Islet Zulu, runway 18.2037.
Expect ILS Zulu approach 18 and we'll squawk 2037. Europa 3 Yankee Oscar.
Good of it. 5, max select. Right. It's got us on manual throttle control now. With clamp. Can't remember how to re-engage it in this. There was a way.
Europa 3 Yankee Oscar.
Anyway, we've got to sort our speed out.
Descend, flight level 100, clear direct Zulu, Victor 634.
Pause the music.
Down to 100 and direct to 2 Victor 63, Zulu Victor 63.
Then we're going to go.
Europa 3 Yankee Oscar.
Oh, so there's no middle ground with this. We have to go flaps, slats extended, flaps 0.
Slat extended.
Through 210. Good, so now we know we're in the speed constraint range with manual throttle control. Speed brake can go away. Classic Jet Sim pilot help mate.
Stavanger approach god eftermiddag. Osprey 599.
Yeah, one off.
Flight level 230, descend to 150 inbound.
5,000's armed. Haven't made that mistake again.
30 miles.
First Osprey 2472, speed 180 knots or greater, report fully established.
180 and report when established, Osprey 2472.
3 DMAV is doing a good job working through this and recognising we're passing those waypoints.
Osprey 165, turn right heading 070.
Turn right 070, Osprey 165. Speed.
Osprey 598, approach hello, expect ILS to Zulu, runway 18, book 3417.
So it looks like we're going direct Gogut.
Osprey 598, expect ILS approach runway 18, Zulu, can you repeat box code please?
Just going to sort that out in the box.
Osprey 598, of course, book 3417.
Okay, now we're going to go extend flaps as well.
3417,
into IMC.
Osprey 598.
We're still in clamp, so we've got to have the
Flat
throttle.
11.
Remember, there's no engine noise really at the front, not much, so you're having to really guess and judge properly.
2472, established runway 18.
Osprey 2472, sure.
Checklists. Pressurization's good, that's all set. Hydraulic transfer pumps need to go on.
Osprey 2472, you're a bit high there. Are you able to descend and establish again?
Bank limiters back on to
Be able to
max.
get that down. Osprey 2472.
2472, roger, speed 180 knots or greater until you can start to reduce now actually.
Reduce speed, Osprey 2472.
No, it's leaving it in clamp.
Osprey 2472, contact Tulsa Tower on frequency 118.355, bye bye.
118355, Osprey
It's fine.
2472.
Osprey 165, descend 2,000 feet.
Descend 2,000 feet, Osprey 165.
Europa 3, Yankee Oscar, descend 7,000 feet, QNH 908.
Down to 7,000 feet on the QNH
118355.
0998 Europa 3 Yankee Oscar.
Osprey 598, identified, descend flight level 100,
18355.
Zulu Victor 634.
They're already on, good.
Descending to 100, direct Zulu Victor 634, Osprey 598.
So we're going to go direct Ranab in a minute. Just going to put that in the box.
Osprey 165, resume all navigation direct to Ranab. Via Ranab cleared ILS Zulu runway 18.
Own navigation, direct Ranab, and from Ranab cleared ILS Zulu 18, Osprey 165. So, nav track, but we need an intercept track first. But to be fair, I could just go to heading mode 135 through the 1000. Let's change that to 700. Happy with the speed around 180 though for now. Yeah. Let's leave it on 190 actually.
Yeah, Europa 3.
It's not having us come out of that at all.
Direct Goget. Initial approach fix for runway 18.
Direct go get for
Look at
Europa
this.
3 Yankee Oscar.
And
Very cool.
Osprey 598, clear direct Goget.
Direct,
Let's do 1000 so we go under.
Osprey 598.
Back to the checklist. Landing lights, yep. Windshield antifoggers required. That's all set. Seatbelt signs already on. Good. ILS is tuned. Flaps we're extending as required. TRP set to go around. Speed brake is arms. Ignition mode, both on. ILS mode is not yet armed. To be fair, we could arm it now.
Lock alive.
I can see the airfield actually. Crikey.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear.
2,500.
Landing gear.
Europa 3 Yankee Oscar, descend 3,000 feet.
Landing gear.
Descend 3,000 feet, Europa 3 Yankee Oscar.
Landing gear.
Crikey, that's one hell of a crosswind. Gonna go gear down now. Water brake. Minimum. Can't arm that yet until we've got all the gear down. Put gears down 3 green now. Offset ILS. And Osprey 165 is established 18 to land.
Osprey 165, contact Tula Tower, frequency 118.355, bye-bye.
Contact tower 118355, Osprey 165, thanks, yeah. I'm not massively convinced. That this has got it. That'd be why. Tower, good afternoon. Osprey 165 is inbound the ILS 18 to land. Gonna go unstable in a minute. We'll go reduce final approach speed, Osprey 165. This is not working very well. Let's get autopilot off. Auto thrust off. It's not quite flying this ILS nicely either, which might be a scenery issue.
Stable.
Full flap. Now we can arm the flaps. Have to retrim here.
Osprey 165 for the helicopter turning right down in runway 18, wind 290 degrees, land to down runway 18,
Well, Roger, we're looking.
Traffic.
18 to land, Osprey 165. Can't see him.
500.
Go around.
Telling us to go around, but
400.
I'm happy with this, and we are stable. Got a big crosswind and an element of a tailwind.
300.
So we are fighting it. I don't think this scenery's been coded with the ILS correctly. Okay, focus, 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 power.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Idle. Touchdown.
Spoilers deployed.
A
Ready
lot
for
of
burst.
correction there for rudder. Manual brakes.
Reverse lights out.
Osprey 165 first right, contact ground, land to land, hold 7 5, bye.
First right, are you happy for us to go on to 28 or down to Bravo?
Affirmative, right down to runway 28 and right on call, contact ground, land to land, hold 755.
We'll go right and right again, and it'll be over to ground 121755. Thank you very much to the ATC, Osprey 165. Have a good weekend.
You to protect 750, join final runway 18. Joining final runway 18, verify.
Star, APU. Yeah, I don't think the ILS was particularly coded correctly on the scenery. Flaps up. Speed brake. Retract. Scenery looks pretty nice though. . 121755. Just try and do this at the same time as taxi. Solo ground, good afternoon, Osprey 165. It's vacated 28 on Tango, request access to gate.
Osprey 165, solo ground, good afternoon, consider rolling out Tango, Quebec, and Lima, stand 14.
Continue taxi, Tango, Quebec, Lima, stand 14, Osprey 165. Happy days. APU on. I can hear it doing stuff up here, like when you click switches and stuff. Might come off. Yeah, that's the thing, ACG. So if the scenery hasn't been coded correctly for the ILS, then the aeroplane's got no hope. But that's not an issue that the aeroplane can solve. Gate 14. That's right ahead of us. I need cross lights. Lights. Oh, this is much better tyranny. I really, really enjoy flying the Mad Dog. You have to knock off rust because it's so quirky. This aeroplane, you've got to use it properly, otherwise it does weird things and trips you up. But like the clamp, that threw me off because I'd forgotten the quirk. I had to put it back into go-around mode, not takeoff mode. But easily solved once you work it out, or you have someone in the chat point it out. No custom profile for this, so I'm hoping this is about right. Well, I'm already at the stop line for one, so I'm going to hold there. That's all good, that's all set. APU's on. Pumps are off. Right, shutdown checks. Then we shall have a look at the airport while we are here. What the hell? Anti-skid. Right, after landing, that's all done. Transponder. Stand by. Engine ignition monitor, PTO static, weather radar off. That's off. Shutdown checks. Auxiliary hydraulic transfer pumps off. Engine shut off levers off. So shutdown sequence, beacon will go off.
Charlie Foxtrot, Quebec, Kilo Charlie Foxtrot.
Oh, just going to get a saw on that.
Kilo Charlie, it's the Anduva.
That's down there, isn't it?
Golf departure, runway 18.
I almost went around because we started to get quite fast, didn't we?
Charlie Kilo, Charlie Kilo Charlie, startup is approved and your readback is correct. Finish 998.
Perfect. Look, glide slope established, welcome. Thank you very much. Thanks to the ATC guys, I do appreciate it. At what point? Pneumatic crossfeed valves closed. At what point was I supposed to reopen them? Can't see them on my actual checklist, interestingly enough. Okay, let's see how much burnt we got on that approach on New Sky, because I suspect we got a bit of a bad score on that approach. Not too bad actually. It recognised the challenging conditions, made a little bit of a profit as well, 9.9. Let's have a quick check to see where the guys are. I think Ian's on short final. Oh no, there he is, he's just touched down, we just missed him. And then we've got Michael coming in next.
Nordic 36 Charlie, request taxi. Nordic 36 Charlie, taxi first left Sierra. Tango,
so what we'll do is we'll venture this way first. We'll have a look at this part of the airfield. And keen to hear your thoughts, naturally. IronSim's new Stavanger Solar Airport releasing fairly soon for Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Charlie Kilo Charlie, your startup is approved, Kinage, 998.
Cool runway textures. Looks really well placed. The solar panel things there look a bit random. I've got like a bit of a military apron here by the looks of it. Helos as well.
ground, good afternoon. Europa 3 Yankee Oscar vacating on Golf.
Europa 3 Yankee Oscar, correction, Solar Ground, good afternoon. Continue taxi Tango.
Signage there is a bit random, isn't it? I think that might have been placed there in error. These are preview versions,
On
so I'd like to think that these little tweaks like that might change.
For Europa 3 Yankee Oscar.
Seems to be missing a building there on the satellite imagery, but it's the military apron, isn't it? I guess it's not really a big deal. We're not going to be here very much doing the military ops. That terminal looks pretty decent now. Military hangar with the helo base. And I assume this is for like their sneaky displaced. It's where they park there. That'll be a hardened aircraft shelter there, look. It's a shame that's not in the scenery. I feel like he's missed a trick there. Hardened aircraft shelter with the taxiway going out and up. That should be done. Really. Same with these actually here, because there's another one here. Look.
First Nordic 36 Charlie, contact tower 118.345, so long.
118.345, Nordic 36 Charlie, thanks for that, bye-bye.
Here comes
Nordic 36
Michael.
Ground, good afternoon, information Kilo Valid, clear to Dubrovnik, BFK 1, Golf departure, runway 18, initial climb 6.
Or is it Zato?
5512.
I thought Zato was flying along actually. Did we lose him?
Clearance Dubrovnik, BFK 1, Golf departure, runway 18, initial climb 6000.
So it's an 11 knot crosswind and a 4 knot tailwind. So it's a double whammy for a challenge today. Oh, nicely done. Good effort, mate. More centre line than my attempt, that's for sure. There's Ian. What else have we got? A little bit of a hangar thing going on there. Looks pretty good from a distance, look. A little bit of custom traffic signage. We'll have a look at that in a second. What's this down here? It's a oh, it's an air museum, solar flight museum. Look at this. Very low res, but that's fine because you see it on approach. That's quite nice to see, isn't it? It's all that really matters. A little grippins and stuff dotted about. We got the road network, these signs that were here, look. And we've got the quality airport. I didn't realise how close to the coast it was. No. So these bits here look pretty good. I mean, the big thing really is that approach. There's something not quite right about the ILS. That's enough to ruin a scenery, really, isn't it? Because it on the charts, it's not an offset approach.
Stavanger ground, good evening. Osprey Fahrenheit at Tango. Osprey Fahrenheit right, Solar Ground, good evening. Taxi first left Papa, Lima, stand 1-1.
Some very low res texturing there, look.
Taxi left
Look
Papa,
at that.
Lima,
That's
stand,
very, very messy.
Stand 1-1-11. Sorry, 1-1-11 Osprey Fahrenheit.
Oh, I thought that was a static. Someone going for a little adventure and a little twin prop. Like it. Good on you. So the apron textures look really good. The runway textures look really good. There's something not quite right about the ILS. The building textures leave a bit to be desired here, look. These are the bits I suppose you're not really going to spend a lot of time on, so maybe they've just thrown it in, expecting that you're not going to pay too much attention, maybe. What about the tower? Because the tower's here somewhere, isn't it? Build the road maintenance. The tower looks like it's got a very intrinsic design, like intricate design attached to it. And an interior, which is nice. Let's have a look. Very shiny, shiny outside there. Yeah, this is quite cool. The thing is, the location helps, because look at that backdrop. I mean, don't forget this is £12, excluding VAT, so what we're looking at, basically 15 quid. Once you include VAT, if you pay VAT, depending on where you live, of course. What have we got around here? We've got some more terminal bits and another hotel by the looks of it. Let's explore those. Saving the main terminal area till last, obviously. So it does look to be that, like the hotels, for example, are just bolted on without lots of complex detail. The structure is there, the shape is, everything's there. I think they've just added in the basics so that you can see the layout, but the focus maybe might be the terminal. I do like the apron textures though. That car park looks pretty good as well, look. The main part of the terminal. Bristow helicopters for the oil rigs.
Go ahead.
I'm closing contact tower 118.355.
Big thank you to our air traffic control today.
Stations on stations, Solar ground is now closed. Monty tower 118.355. Again 118.355.
Thanks for the ATC.
Cheers.
Yeah, runway textures look really good. Very bespoke ribbing. Fire trainer. The water fairies. Ian. Yeah, we found a new holiday destination for you, mate. There's a hotel there looking over the runway. I mean, the backdrop look, the terminal and everything there, looks really good, doesn't it, from a distance? What's this, engine run-up bay? Look at that. I mean, the mound actually looks like it's quite nicely created. It looks more like rock than anything. That's quite cool. Another part of the military apron. Plastic tent look. They've tried kind of put that ribbing in. Doesn't look amazing, but you do from a distance kind of see what they've tried to achieve there on the 12x12. Again, like you're far from the terminal now, look, and the textures kind of drop off a little bit. The quality of the textures drop off a little bit. The textures on the runway though, very, very good. Look at that. Nice to see the VOR placed in the right place as well. Right, terminal. What a backdrop. What do you guys think so far? Is it worth the, including the VAT, the £15 that they're looking to charge for it? Again, the apron textures look pretty decent. No, Ian, no worries at all, mate. It's quite good fun. We ended up with that parallel approach. It's quite cool on the star on the way in. Textures there of the actual decals and things on the ground look really good. We'll have to look at night lighting as well, naturally. We have an interior. Can we go in? We can go in. Hey, look at this. There's a lot more detail inside now, isn't there? But look at this bit here as well. This is really nice. Don't know how accurate it is. Be interested to see if you've been here for real. What you think? Departures board. Not AI generated. Which is a winner. A little bit off cut. Doesn't quite fill the screen properly, but that's okay. Hey, look at this. We've got this like external gate section as well. Second layer. We go down? We can. Yeah, this actually looks really good at this section, doesn't it? The main bit that you see, the meat on the bones, as they say. Yeah, look at this for an external bit. Yeah, that's the question actually. Oh, bugger. There we go. That's the question actually. It would be: is there an issue with the ILS or not? I'm trying to think how I can spawn in and test it very quickly. Let's go to night time. I'll feed it back to the developer though and get them to take a look. Oh, we're in like the land of the midnight sun here, aren't we, almost? Oh, let's check out the night textures. Very bright. Nicely lit apron area as well, look. Is there a way to... Is it quick, Ashley? I could maybe try and do it in the stream. If I can follow some steps. Scott, have a good one, mate. Night textures look pretty decent, don't they? A little bit of green lighting on the taxiway. There's a little bit of misplaced green lighting on the taxiway there. But that, never really too fussed about that sort of stuff. What about the inside at night? The terminal itself is really good, I think. For the price, I think it offers very good value for money. Oh, fair enough, Ashley. Let's see, is there where's check-in? This is the arrivals hall. Baggage reclaim. That's very high resolution, that. Check in. Yeah, this is really good. So we've started around the edges, the fringes of the airport, haven't we? Look, and kind of checked out the bits that typically developers might not pay too much attention to, but now we're in the departures area. That looks like ChatGPT's made it. That little tablet icon-y thing. That looks fairly realistically placed though. Oh, that's cool. So what we got? Groceries. Glass window there. And then we're into departures again, look. Yeah, I think this is alright for 15 quid. I think it's quite nice. Just a big question mark on that ILS more than anything else. Although one question is, how do you get through the glass into the gates? Was there a door? That'll be it there. Awesome. This is a preview version of it, so it might be that some of the package might change prior to release. Certainly the ILS I'll ask the developer to investigate and look at for sure, because that would be quite important. But a really nice flight once again in the Leonardo MADDOG. I think it's a superb package anyway, but the system depth has always run ahead of everything else, but now it's finally worthy of being in MSFS 2024. Really good immersion with the cabin ambience, the custom cabin sounds when we triggered the seatbelt signs. It's following those logics, and really good kind of LNAV, VNAV, good old takeoff clamp playing around with you as well. It's there designed to try and bugger you up if you don't pay attention in the right phases of flight or set it up properly, as it would do in real life, because it's a quirky aeroplane. Hope you guys have enjoyed the flight along today. Big thank you to our air traffic controls here at Solar, and as always the links are in the description if you want to get your hands on anything seen today, including the Leonardo MADDOG, which is now available on Contrail, and you can transfer your sim market order across into Contrail as well to make it easier for you to update going forwards, with a fairly automated process as well, which is pretty nifty. Don't forget to hit like if you've not done so already before you head off to enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I'll keep you updated over on Discord, so if I do get the opportunity to showcase the A220, watch this space. But join us next weekend, I think it's going to be next Saturday, but again I'll confirm via Discord, for Midsummer Madness. We'll be flying into or out of Birmingham Airport for their 20th anniversary major VATSIM UK event, which is going to be good. It always is, and there's a lot of prizes to be won. But thanks for watching, enjoy the rest of the weekend, and have a great week ahead. In the meantime, as always, see you soon.